I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone.
Hey.
Hello, Jackie.
Morning.
I'll make a motion. The Board of Commissioners approves the October 5th, 2023 regular meeting minutes.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Sabrina?
Yes?
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
All right, go ahead to Jackie.
All right, so I have one discussion item this morning. It's about the cash match for Summit Medina Business Alliance. We're just renewing it. If the board wants to renew it for the same amount, it
Is
seems
it
like every year it's
10,000?
10,000. And so we budgeted for that much this year. If the board wants to do it at that level again,
So for those of you that may not
I
be
was
as
going to
familiar
ask you,
with
go ahead and.
Jackie, can you explain to Tony and Mike what exactly this does?
Sure. So the Summit Medina Business Alliance supports small businesses in the communities, and they're mostly supported by grants from the Small Business Administration and
SBA.
Ohio Department of Development, but they also need cash matches from the communities that benefit from the services. So they request cash matches from.
And Susan
different
McGannon is our contact that works with the small businesses in Portage County. She used to be headquartered, she was stationed out of Kent State, but then they moved her central, and I think she is in Akron now maybe?
Yeah,
But
I
she
believe
lives in
she's in
Kent.
Akron.
She's a Portage County resident, but she helps with Brad and everyone that in like NDS and the banks with getting the information out about SBA loans and the stuff that, and they do training to help new businesses.
It's sort of like an agent to help small businesses, grow small businesses in the community.
Because like you have to have a pro forma, you have to have a budget and stuff, and a lot of people that are going into small business don't know. Because I can remember 20-some years ago, I used them to help when I started my own title company.
So the question is that that money that we spent on looking for businesses and that consulting group that we had, do they have anything, did they engage this group at all?
No, it's a totally different thing.
I get that,
Yeah.
but we're talking money for small businesses, and that was the idea of that consulting group.
Are you talking about,
What's that
Help
group
me out.
that we have? The consulting group that we hired to look at all the things we could do to attract businesses in
I
Portage
can't think of
County.
it off the top.
Oh, retail strategies?
Yeah. Yeah, this is totally different.
I get that.
Retail strategist, yeah, brings them in, but that would be, and normally those folks that are trying to recruit are already established
Yeah,
businesses.
retail's more
They're
like
trying
big
to
business,
establish,
this is a little more small
yeah.
businesses.
Thank you.
Well, how do they let people know that it's out there? Because I've never heard of it.
Well, I think they push out opportunities for loans and things like that. And usually if you're applying for a loan, it directs you to the Small Business Administration for assistance in applying for the loan
Oh, okay.
services and things like that. So
Sure.
it's usually if you're, from what I understand, is if you're seeking funding, it
Oh.
And it's
directs you
all
to them.
free to the small businesses.
Well,
They
that's
they
nice.
don't charge for it, so that's
Never
the
heard.
I
best
never
part
heard
about
of it
it.
either, but that's
Yeah.
nice.
Okay. Yeah, I continue the process of
Yeah.
the thing.
Okay. All right, so I will do a resolution, I believe, or a journal entry next week, to affirm the approval. And
Okay.
that's all I have for discussion.
Maybe we could put a link on our website. Would that be a good idea?
Yeah. Yeah, we
Anything
could do
that we're
that
involved
would
with.
help.
To direct them.
To do that. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of things that we talk about as a small business person 33 years ago, I've never heard any of this stuff that's available and people are out there willing to help.
Yeah, it would be helpful to advertise, and we can contact Susan McGann and like
Yeah.
work together to figure out how to communicate it better.
Right.
Oh, is that right? That's why. I'm making sure I got. Is that in the? Oh, now. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Budget and finance. Okay. The Board of Commissioners authorizes President Anthony J. Badalamenti to sign the application for federal assistance SF 424 form for the Department of Transportation Phase 1 Smart Strengthening Mobility and Revolutionizing Transportation Grants Program as presented by the Department of Budget and Financial Management.
Second.
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Okay, in accordance with section 305.30K of the Ohio Revised Code and this board's resolution 21-0396 and this board's resolution 21-0878, the Board of Commissioners acknowledges and approves the county administrator's approval too. I'll make a motion to direct the auditor's office to pay process the October 5th, 2023 bills, ACH payments, wires, journal vouchers, and then and nows as applicable, contingent upon the verification of the reports as presented by the county auditor and reviewed by the Department of Budget and Financial Management.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to process the October 5th, 2023 budget amendments as reviewed and recommended by the Department of Budget and Financial Management.
Second.
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Wow, I think that's the smallest
You got one
amendments we
resolution.
ever had. Yes. I will make a motion. The Board of Commissioners authorizes the application to the Ohio Department of Aging for the Healthy Aging Grants Program.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
That one's for you, Larry.
Ouch.
Jackie,
That's why I said
so
close to the window.
we are on target for the deadline for Friday to apply for that grant then, right?
Yes, yeah, we're working with Kelly Jo on that. We should get that done shortly.
Okay,
Should
thank
be
you.
good. Thank you.
Good morning, Miss Shannon.
Good morning.
We missed you so much. We did not hear what was going on. I
Well,
see
I'm gonna
windows
make up
being
for last
changed.
time because I have a lot to say.
Oh, can we take a break?
You might want to.
All right.
I'm gonna do my project updates first,
Oh, good.
and then I have my quarterly update.
Okay.
Okay.
And I just want you to know, Michelle represented you well last week.
Thank you, Michelle.
She wasn't as talkative though.
Nobody can probably feel that.
Such a big shoes to fill.
Right.
That wasn't what I was thinking.
Tony.
Ma'am.
Okay, so the administration building, they did the testing. They dug out that wall last weekend. It's dry as a bone.
Awesome.
That planter.
Really?
Yes, it's awesome, but we still don't know where the leaks are coming from. Klein and Cavalli came out late yesterday, and I talked to Joe this morning, and I talked to maintenance this morning. It was right before I was coming up here. There's a vent pipe up there that's disconnected for plumbing that they don't know why, and they think that the rain's coming in from this, so we are plugging it to see if that resolves it as well. It's like process of elimination
You'll
right
know
now.
after the weekend.
We'll know after it starts, was it today it's gonna start
Yeah.
raining? So we're hoping maybe that does the fix. We did put holes in the base of the planter just to have water seep out if need so, and we put gravel in the bottom too. So,
That's fine.
but, yep. Okay, the maintenance garage repairs is going to be, we got approval from the city finally for the
Awesome.
plans, and they're gonna start next week on redoing the windows and the, everything that they're doing over there, so. The annex building, there's a new issue that I don't wanna report, but the Lula elevator now has stopped working. And it's not repairable, they don't believe. I have to get quotes. So my question, does the board still want to meet me to get a trip, cause I'm working still with the city and Ashton and the architect to get a triple occupancy for the daycare, the storage, and office space. And it's not gonna be compliant for the daycare if I don't do the ramp like we talked about before, and now I don't have an elevator that works. So I'm not sure, I'm kind of at a standstill with that. We're still gonna fix the HVAC, and we're still gonna waterproof the basement with the bid that's currently up.
Well, my question is, how many floors is that?
3.
Cause I didn't think you had to have an elevator unless you had a 4th floor.
But we're getting a different occupancy, so it's going to probably be an issue.
So they're saying we have to have it.
They are saying that we have to have one or the other. We're gonna either have to have a ramp, or we're gonna have to have an elevator, but I can't have an elevator just sitting there that's not working either. We'd have to have somebody come in and take it out of service. They probably wouldn't take it out, but they would just say that it's out of service. But as of right now, it's not ADA compliant. I know that it was put in there because I believe Vic had somebody that had to have assistance at one time. But we're doing it, because it's gonna be a new occupancy, I have to be compliant. especially if it's gonna be a daycare.
Even though they're only on the first floor, and you don't need an elevator to get
Well,
to
and the
first
stairs, remember now, the stairs also have to be sandblasted, and I have to get those painted as well. I did get a cost from, on the side from that, and that's about $6,000 to sandblast it and repaint that. So I can verify again from the city in writing to state if I have to have that or not, or I can have the architect reach out to the city.
floor. Yeah.
But I'm kind of at a standstill with the daycare too, right? Because we're not gonna have a ramp for them either. I don't know. You want me to revisit it when I come back?
Yeah.
I would, yes, and I would like to hit the brakes. This has gotten way, way, way over what any of us thought it would be.
Yep.
And I think we continue where we,
Currently are?
with the currently, and we hit the brakes for a while.
Okay.
It would be my,
And then
my
if we
thought.
do
I'm right
decide
there.
to put people in there,
Mhm.
then we go from there.
Yes, because I think we may have, if the daycare doesn't work out there, we have other interested parties in that building, and it might be a simple solution in the short term for the judge that's coming in,
Judge.
at 1:00.
Oh,
Judge Gelato, it'd be a lot easier to add an elevator there and finish the repairs than buying something. I mean, it all depends on, and you know what, it's an option. I just wanna say, it's a tool in our toolbox that we
it's
may
a
have
rusty
to.
tool, by the way.
The problem with that elevator is it doesn't get used enough, maintenance runs it,
Right.
once a week, but it's in the elements, and
Well,
an
yeah.
elevator on the outside
I'm
of the building
surprised it
is
still
not a good
works.
idea.
Surprised it still works.
Sunny
But-
California is beautiful.
Right,
I think we do the HV, we seal the basement,
and then
Yeah,
go
we
from
still
hit
there.
wanna do
the
that.
brakes.
Little baby steps at a time.
And just check on that
I will,
elevator
Yeah, I
thing,
will.
because
Yep.
normally it has to be 4 stories in order to have, so I'm just
Yeah.
throwing that out there.
Okay.
But-
so am I gonna pump the brakes on getting the triple occupancy? We're just gonna have storage and office space for right now?
That would be mine.
Yep. I did too. That's pretty good.
Okay.
Go home.
Next page, let's see, it starts with the EMA on the bottom of this page and continues to the next. The masonry walls are starting to form, and they're doing then the rough plumbing on the addition. It looks really cool.
Cool.
I was just out there yesterday, so, and they're going so fast, it looks like it's going so fast, right? Cause you get to see, I know. So, but I know it's gonna be a lot of work once it's up.
Yeah.
And you got all the insides and all that stuff. And the Marks Radio Towers, we have a bid date construction for November 8th.
Awesome,
Yes.
awesome.
I'm just finishing up the specs with the GPD group. Juvenile court. The layout of the courtroom is being reconfigured. The setup wasn't sufficient to see the witness.
We didn't know that before.
So it was fine when it was on paper, when we set it up. I mean, I went to the architect and I said, why didn't we know this ahead of time before it was put out to bid? And he said it was sufficient to what their specs were. So I don't know if when they walked through at before time, what they talked about when they did this. So I'm not sure what the conversation was, but they're fixing it. It might be additional funds, I don't know, but it won't be additional funds from the architect, it would just be from the contractor. And they're a really good group, so I think they're gonna work with us.
So who discovered this?
The judge and the contractor.
Mm.
I think they all talked together. And then I went out to see the judge, and then I brought the architect in, and then we had another meeting yesterday, and I think everybody's on the same page. And when he draws it out again, he's going to make sure that the judge says, yes, this is right, and yes, I like this. They're gonna reconfigure it one more time, and then it's a matter of moving it back a little bit and putting the witness stand over to one side, so. But they have the bones of it in right now before the finish, so at least it was discovered now instead of
Yeah.
her having court and going, I cannot see. So, yeah, so, okay, what do I have here? The Justice Center, the project is complete for the dispatch center. There's I shouldn't say it's completely complete, there's one little issue with the HVAC hookup to our computer system, but that's a matter of coordination with Johnson Controls and us, so it's not really, because it does currently have heating and cooling, we just wanna be able to see it on our program so that we know
Yeah.
if the system's down, so. And, told you I had a lot this time. The Ravenna Courthouse parking lot, And I don't have this on there because I just spoke with Dominic last night. They're fixing the little area that
Yep,
where it was
They have
cooling.
I just saw that this morning. They
Yeah.
had a little
And
steamroller
then
out
the landscaping starts next week.
there.
And then there's gonna be 2 sets of stairs that go down and then a ramp for the handicap that needs to be poured. But we need to do the landscaping first because they're gonna put like a little, you know where it's like pitched like this?
Yes,
So there's gonna be like a little retaining wall in there and then dirt filled in, you know, and then I don't remember if they're gonna put mulch there. I can't remember what the plans were for that. But he has to do that before we can pour everything. Cause that sidewalk that's right there that's all messed up
Right.
is getting replaced too.
oh, okay.
So, and we're gonna move it out a little further to get,
There's not much to move out.
no, I know,
Yes.
right? But at least people can park in there and,
Mhm.
and we've heard good things. It is a little bit muddy right now cause we don't have the stairs yet, but
Yeah.
just walk
Looks
around.
good.
You know what, it does, and you know what, it really has a nice curb appeal.
It does.
You never realize how big of a difference
Mhm.
it's making.
Yeah, it looks really nice. It does look really nice. The probate court office renovation, project's 3/4 done and scheduled to be finished mid-November to move in.
They almost done with those windows?
They're supposed to be done. Well, I put that on, that was my last project update. Sorry, I didn't speak to them today because they had to extend it a little bit because we added.
Yeah.
So you just keep seeing them there.
I keep driving by.
I know, they're still there.
Keep ducking.
Riddle block, the roof replacement. The roof works to begin on the 16th. They will have a huge crane out there right in front of Hometown Bank and Tavern 1888 to put the roofing on top.
So what's the likelihood of them getting done before it gets cold?
They told me that it's going to be done in November, weather permitting, but they'll finish
That's-
it. They said they will finish it this year. They promised. They said
Okay.
if it goes a little bit longer, they promised.
Oh.
So I hold them to it, right?
Checks and bail.
The HVAC replacement, also at the same location, they're coordinating the final curbs to be poured, or not to be formed by the roofer so that they can just set those new units up there and,
Awesome.
yep. Okay, now I have a lot more talking to do.
There you go.
My quarterly update, and I'll try to speak fast. I know that you already know about the completions of a lot of the projects, but this is to date from since the last time that we chatted in May. For myself, the main hallway, the staining and the replacement of the doors in the admin building has been complete. We took out the sidewalks behind the maintenance garage and that has been complete and finished. The old engineer site is finally done, and it passed with Buster. It's abandoned and it's fine. The prosecutor's office, HVAC, and the IT closet has been complete.
Could you stop what's abandoned?
The old engineer site, like, we're good, we're done.
Yeah.
We could-
They're done. Mark Fazzone already knows about it, and we've got our letter, and we don't have to do anything else.
Awesome.
Yes,
We've washed our hands.
that's right. The roof, the turnaround, and the entrance was replaced at the record center. For maintenance, currently, we've had approximately 1,120 facility requests. On average, it's from anywhere from 1,200 to 1,400 per year, and that's for all buildings and staying on top of the projects. So, and Claire, she's part of several of my projects to be a backup to me for the littler stuff, and she's becoming a lot more comfortable with the daily tasks of maintenance.
Mhm.
Maintenance is a very long process to understand, especially the buildings that you have. And then all the maintenance staff works daily on projects, and we are still down one maintenance staff, maintenance 3 worker, but that's depending upon the sheriff if they hire a maintenance 3 worker out there, or it was something called maybe something different, I'm not sure what the title is out there.
It was a
So I'm
maintenance
kind of at a
staff
toss-up right now.
Specific to the
So-
jail.
We promoted, I think it was last week, we passed the resolutions about keeping
Brian.
Brian.
Yes,
And
I'm
he's-
still down one.
You're still down one?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep, I'm still down one, but it was discussed if the jail received their own maintenance person, I don't
Mhm.
have to have so much staff out. That's a
Gotcha.
big building to
Yeah,
have,
'cause they
so.
take a lot.
Yes, okay, so purchasing and mailroom, internal services, the mails that goes out is approximately 264,960 pieces of mail current. And we do anywhere from 500,000 to 600,000 pieces of mail. We have election coming up, so I'm sure that that number
Oh,
will
gosh,
change when I
yeah.
come to you guys next time. Let's see, deliveries to departments, we have approximately 1,600 deliveries. And then last year we had approximately 2,010, so we might supersede that by the end of the year. We just have lots of orders coming in. DocuSign, we have 542 contracts that have gone out to date. On average, we usually route 4 to 450 contracts per year.
I love DocuSign, by the way.
Yeah, it's great. At first I was like, oh, this is new, huh? And then I'm like, this is great. So, POs to date, we have approximately 6,582. Last year we were at 7,600 for the year. And the responses to the phones for Patty, that she does the phones, is 346 to date. And Patty does all of the phones and all of our POs currently. When she's out, I'm her backup. So, and then Michelle sometimes will help us out. The goals that I created last quarter for us was to create purchasing processing manual, and it's in the process, and the resolution should pass next week. For that, we had to have a lot of departments come in on this to have their policies come into play before we could do ours.
Buy-in, yeah.
And then also, another goal is to clean up the dock area and make it more efficient and organized, and it looks fantastic in there. Maybe next year we'd like to paint the flooring in the docking area, but that's just something later on down the road. But it looks great down there. It was a hot mess in there for a while. Nobody really goes in there, but it's great. And then we still would, our goal that we still would like to have is have a barcoding system. I probably foresee that happening next year, so Mike's not handwriting everything.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah, it's just what the timing of everything, so. And last is the microfilm and print shop.
Oh, yeah.
The microfilm center, the roof was replaced, the entrance and the drive was replaced currently, as we all know, and it does look a lot better out there. And then the running of the microfilm center, Glenn and his staff runs to the courthouse, the prosecutor's office, juvenile court's office daily, and they've pulled approximately 4,849 records for all of those. His new Kaylee started keeping an Excel spreadsheet on how many daily they
That's
do.
good to know.
And it's a lot. It's a lot of running. So, and the print shop's running at a normal pace. The print shop does anywhere from 200 to 350 print shops a year, and they're at 220. So it kind of self-suffices itself, but it's very convenient for the county to have a print shop.
Yeah.
So,
So the organization to be able to keep track of everything sounds awesome. Good
yeah,
job.
yeah.
Excellent
Thank you.
job.
Thank you. And then I have resolutions.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to say anything to these, or I'll just?
I think I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. The Board of Commissioners approves specifications and sets the bid date for professional security services.
Second?
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
The Board of Commissioners approves specifications and sets the bid date for providing emergency and specialized construction services for the Portage County Water Resources Department.
Second?
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Board of Commissioners agrees to set the request for proposal date for foster and adoptive initial home assessment services for the Portage County Department of Jobs and Family Services.
Second?
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
The Board of Commissioners agrees to enter into a septic assistance programming agreement with the Portage County Regional Planning Commission and Clonk and Sons Excavating for a septic system replacement.
Second?
Roll call, please.
Sabrina?
Yep.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Board of Commissioners agrees to enter into a sub-grant agreement with Portage County Jobs and Family Services and Family and Community Services, Inc. to provide Ohio Early Intervention Service Coordination and Outreach Services.
Second?
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes?
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Board of Commissioners accepts the contract modification number 2 to the engineering agreement between Prime AE Group and Portage County for providing professional design services for the project known as the Ravenna Road Ravenna Road Bridge Replacement, located over the Norfolk Southern Railway in Franklin Township, Portage County, Ohio.
Second?
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
The Board of Commissioners designates and authorizes an official to submit an Ohio Public Works Commission Infrastructure Program Round 28 fiscal year -25 grant application and execute contracts for the Portage County engineer for the project known as Judson Bridge Rehabilitation.
Second?
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Board of Commissioners designates and authorizes an official to submit an Ohio Public Works Commission Infrastructure Program Round 38 fiscal year 25 grant application and execute contracts for the Portage County engineer for the project known as Industry Road Resurfacing.
Second.
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
The Board of Commissioners agrees to enter into a roadway use and maintenance agreement with American Transmission Systems, Inc. to construct Darrow Streetsboro 69 kV transmission line program and rebuild the Darrow Streetsboro 69 kV transmission line project in certain portions of Portage County.
Second.
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
The Board of Commissioners approves and authorizes the execution of the agreed judgment entry in the matter of dissolution of Portage County Regional Airport Authority and the transfer, conveyance, and assignment of all Portage County Regional Airport Authority real property, personal property, and all agreements to the Portage County Board of Commissioners, Common Pleas Court Case Number 2023 CV 00741.
Second.
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes. Excellent.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you,
Great
guys.
job.
Thanks, Shannon.
Dave, you're up, sir. Morning. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good, sir.
Hi, David.
How are you? First of all, I don't want anything.
You have to leave
yeah.
now. You have to leave. You
We
can't
want,
come
we
back.
want to know how to deal with you then.
Like I like to do every couple of years, I like to come to you guys and tell you what we're up to. And basically, the reason for that is we get one of our core grants is called the Community Services Block Grant. We apply for it every 2 years. We're one of the only agencies, nonprofit agencies in the country that are funded directly through Congress. So it could be a little dicey right now, but CSBG, believe it or not, has a lot of bipartisan support.
Mhm.
We're surprised about it too. Two of the allies in Congress are Tom Cole and Elise Stefanik. Two kind of diverse people. So we're kind of happy about it. We expect to get cut a little bit, but I sent some stuff over to you guys about 2 weeks ago, kind of telling you what we're about, what we're planning to do over the next 2 years. And if there's any way that we can help you guys, let us know, okay?
We don't hear that often.
Somebody else said that to me too, but I mean it. I do mean it. Probably over the next 2 years, we expect a budget of about 12 million, okay, all things considered. We expect to do 36 new programs in about 5 different areas. And then as part of this process, what we're doing now is doing a community needs assessment. And I helped United Way design their critical strategies in terms, and I looked at all the critical needs in the community. And we also are doing a community needs survey, and I think I gave you guys a copy of it.
Yes, you did.
And you know what? We have it on our projectors, or actually our screens, that people can scan the QR code.
Yeah, it's a QR code. It's very
and
simple.
fill it out.
It's a pretty vanilla survey because we've learned over the years, if you give somebody a 40-question survey, they're not gonna do it.
They're out.
So we have some basic questions, and then there's a lot of places where people can add stuff. If you see something that we'd like to, you think is needed in the county that we could possibly help with, tell me. That's what we wanna know. That's basically all I wanted to tell you.
Yeah, well, you know what, David, I just have to compliment you and your staff for everything that you do for Portage County, because a lot of people don't realize how much you assist people with rent assistance, you help feed the children during the summer
We try.
months and year round.
try.
I mean, and then you have the heat program that helps with air conditioning and heating.
Lot of
I
good
mean, yeah, you guys do a big service for
And
our
we try to work on
constituents.
it. We try to focus on this stuff in like a twofold area, okay? I know it's called the war on poverty, but that's kind of a misnomer. War on poverty is more like a series of battles, okay? For example, I'll give you a really classic example of that. 50 years ago, if you read some of the literature in the newspapers about the war on poverty in Portage County, everybody said, even the community leaders said, if you bring water and sewer to Skeels and McElrath, poverty's over in Portage County. Really? They never heard of fentanyl, okay? They never heard of cell phones. They never heard of a whole lot of different things, you know, that are prevalent now. So as time goes on, we have to adjust to the certain things that are happening in the community, and that's what we try to do all the time. When we did our needs assessment about 20 years ago, you know what the #1 problem was in Portage County? Transportation. Now transportation, when you look at all the numbers, it's down around 8 or 9. okay? And why is that? Well, for one thing, part of it didn't exist, okay?
Yeah.
So some of the transportation issues have gone away, but historically, the top 3 needs in the county have remained the same over the last 10 years. Housing, food, utilities, top three. I can tell you right now, looking at the data, we haven't really finished all of our analysis of the needs assessment stuff yet, but the single most prevalent problem we're seeing in the county, and that entails about 9 or 10 different things, is housing. You know, Portage County, there was a study that I read that was put out by the census, basically, and they said that Portage County has the second highest housing burden of any county in Ohio. Now, housing burden means rent, utilities, mortgage, home repair, maintenance, taxes, and I don't frankly think our taxes in Portage County are that high, okay? But you put all that together and we're second in the state. And we're not the wealthiest county in the state. The wealthiest county in the state is Delaware. I mean, Dublin, everybody knows that. Do you know who the second wealthiest county is in the state?
Jaga?
Yeah, yeah. Nobody knows that, okay? It's Geauga County. But anyway, that's basically where we're at. We expect to serve about 25,000 families over the next 2 years. And we're looking at needs right now to design programs that are providing services where they're not being provided now to fit a basic need. For example, when we look at transportation, it's about 8th in the county, but when you drill down into what people are looking for in transportation, senior car repair. And car repair related to educational or employment outcomes. That's a need. Nobody else does that. So we're kind of looking at that right now and work with private businesses to kind of provide, you know, it's difficult because you say, okay, am I going to spend $5,000? Am I going to spend $1,000 on a car repair? It's difficult to kind of come up with that stuff. Regina Holiday, our home relief specialist, was going to be here today, but she's working with a family in northern part of the county, because I assigned her to help this senior citizen figure out what is going on with their home. Because one of our goals is to keep people in their home too. So that's a home repair thing. So we'll take care of that. All of the rent relief money, all the COVID relief money is kind of going away. It's almost gone. And we're taking a lot of heat right now from people that we're denying for assistance. Mainly because the federal guidelines stipulate that there has to be a COVID impact. As we get further and further away from the so-called pandemic, the COVID impacts cannot be proven. So it's like, okay, you haven't paid your rent, we're sorry. You know, we're sorry, we can't help you. It would violate the federal guidelines. So we're trying to figure out different ways too. So what I told you was, you know, we've kind of morphed our philosophy a little bit in that some people will work towards self-sufficiency, but we know that not everybody in this county can become self-sufficient.
Correct.
The family I was telling you about that we're working with in Nelson is a single senior female whose monthly income is $1,200 a month Social Security. Now we know we can't do anything to make her self-sufficient, but we can help her stay in her home, and we can provide her with some economic security so she doesn't get all stressed out. So, I mean, that's one of the things we like to work on too, keep people in their home, especially seniors. The one thing we do like to do, we have some Ohio Housing Finance Authority money that's going away June, okay, is to provide property tax relief for seniors who are delinquent in their property taxes. Again, to keep them in their homes. And all this is pretty much documented and so much paperwork. You guys know that. Every time the federal government's involved, there is a hell of a lot of paperwork. And so we got to dot our I's and cross our T's, big time. So. But that's what I wanted to tell you. That's what we're up to, okay? If you guys have any ideas as to what you think we could help with, let me know.
Thank you.
Let me know.
And we'll fill out your survey.
Please do. Or call me. Tell me. You know, I mean, you've not been afraid to call me in the past.
Well, let's
Touche.
go there.
But keep doing it. You keep us on our toes, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Dave, for
I
coming.
appreciate it. That's
your
all I
time.
Appreciate you, thanks.
Thank you.
And anything you need from us, please.
Dave, if
give
it
me a
makes you
call.
feel any better,
She'll call you
everyone in
twice
this
a week
room
now.
gets my calls too.
I know. No, I know. We like to hear from you. We like to hear from you.
All right,
Thank
thanks,
you, sir.
Dave.
Have a
good
great
day.
day, and
All
I'm
right, thank
sorry
you.
to, thank you for giving me the time.
You're perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Jenkins, good morning.
The
You're up, gentlemen.
nice. So how's our technology?
Good.
Take-
I think Sam is right there to help, possibly.
You got a slideshow?
I did,
or
I put it right
presentation?
in there.
Good.
All right. That one work?
Talk about popcorn, if I knew you were doing a slideshow today.
We talked about that earlier.
Yeah, the importance of it and the lack of.
I need these later.
Different drive? Which one?
There was actually,
The blue?
yeah. That one right there.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Sweet. Looking for final.
And there is one that says final and it says EL, but not that one, the one that just says final.
Okay. The one that says final. That. Final. Good. I'll do this right here.
Here we go.
What did I do? Okay, final. Oh, there it is.
Grab the remote control.
Remote. Okay. Okay, Larry, can you get
To get this to work.
do you want me to do it right there, Sam? Like that?
Plug this in.
Okay, so put it in.
Morning, Barb.
Now you can hit the, this is gonna be executive or
No.
stream, and
Yeah.
you hit the one that says stream.
Okay. There we go.
And here you go.
Sweet. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Little technical difficulties.
That's right.
Good morning. Is it okay to start right now?
Yeah, yep, absolutely, you're on.
Absolutely.
You're on.
So thanks for having us. Obviously, Larry Jenkins, Portage County Engineer. I'm here with Eric Long. He's our stormwater engineer with Soil and Water. Here today because this discussion of Court Road has been going on for a good while, but it's only been probably late August or whatever that it's starting to have a flooding issue that's impacting our road network. So it happened in August, and we want to just kind of make a presentation on what we found and maybe what the next steps possibly could be. We have probably on average half a dozen road closures that occur on just typical rain events. We have probably half a dozen that are every year, no matter what, the road's gonna flood, we're gonna shut it down for a little while, it recedes, and then we're back in business. We have another 15 to 20 roads that we close when we have a more, heavier downpour. But generally, we always get them in a temporary nature and in not able or forced to do what we're having to do here, and that is have a road that has no water receding whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's staying there, and we're forced to completely close the whole thing. I'm about ready to switch to the next slide if you can, Sam. If you can. Nice. So here's the area that we're talking about. Coit Roads, there's multiple portions of Coit Road. Ours is obviously the county road, and that's between Infirmary Road and State Route 303. In that section, essentially in that section, we've closed maybe about a 500-foot section of that road network. So if you go there now, you'll see the barricades are up and the road is closed. Any luck seeing that, Sam? Or just go ahead without it.
Second, I'm trying to
That's
do
all
this
right.
live stream at the same time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let's see, I was gonna back that up. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Harper Ditch is, you can see in the the low point of the Coit Road is where our standing water is. It flows from, I don't think I've got a pointer here. Do I got a pointer? We'll get there eventually. We're gonna skip the pointer. Okay, let's just imagine that there's a pointer there. And we're gonna go, where I've got the circle is the standing water, okay? That area is low and it flows to the northeast, underneath the Ohio Turnpike right there. I've got it labeled as Harper Ditch. Harper Ditch has been around early 1900s. It flows from southwest to northeast. Can we get this next one to go? No. This is from the early 1900s. 1905 is a topographic map of that area, and as you can see, that area right there where I pointed out Coit Road in blue, in 1905 there was a swamp there, and so we decided to put a road through that swamp. So that swamp is essentially still there. Nothing's really changed. The water still kind of goes up to the, out the northeast. It's really flat, but it always drains, always does drain. So let's see if we can get this advanced. All right. So go the other way, try that again. And one more time. Are we having fun yet? There we go. All right. So right here is just shows you the location and the distance that Harper Ditch flows from the Coit Road location. So zero's in the south, in the lower left. It's 4,300 feet to the turnpike. Under the turnpike in the 50s, they installed a 16-foot wide by 8-foot high box culvert. Its elevation at installation in the 50s was 83.5. So we had about 8 feet of fall from Harper Ditch to there, which over 4,300 feet is really flat. It's 0.2%. On average, you'd like a stream to have 2%. So it is really, really flat. So anything that starts to impact that really does impact all of the ditch itself. That ditch was put in because it was flat and there was nowhere for the water to go. Harper Ditch then runs through the turnpike all the way to the northwest and ties in eventually to the Cuyahoga River. And that was done, like I said, 100 and some years ago. So next is just discussing Coit Road real quick. It's a 1.25 miles, about less than 250 cars a day. It's posted to 20-ton load limit, which means all we have is just chip and seal under it. And you can see in this picture, the road itself has been wet for so long that it's got bumps in it, and it's just impacted by the swampy ground. It's mentioned the swamp. We've had beaver activity over the years. That's pretty common, obviously, in this area. We had them removed by a trapper in 08, 11, 14, and 15. But the water has started to continually rise. So in 17, we did some major, pretty substantial subgrade repairs and raised the overflow elevation so that it wouldn't flood as a result of the beavers or additional activity. This is a shot of 2019, just kind of at the location of where it's overflowing. You can see in the middle of the screen where that black crossover pipe is. That's a 2019 version of it. The next slide shows that in 2021, the water is rising. You can't see the pipe anymore, but I'll point to that tree to the right-hand side, a small tree that's there. When I go to 23, that small tree has been knocked over because everything is undermined. The water is rising. And this is a June Google Street View. We did not have water over the road in June. We had water over the road starting in August. It receded a little bit and then it came back in September and has been there ever since. So what we did for the road closures is we performed a temporary road closure in August. This is a really isolated strip of roadway. We put up temporary high water signs because that's our normal procedure whenever we have roadways impacted by water, temporary high water marks. Because this is isolated, those signs were subsequently stolen. And so we put up another set of signs, and one of those I think also got stolen. But We're now to the point where it receded, so we took our signs away. And then in September and August, early September, it came back, the water came back, and now we've installed permanent high water signs. From that point on, when we have an impact off-site because of beaver activity and everything that could be out there, we elicit the help of soil and water. We as the county engineer stay within the right-of-way. Soil and water is our arm that goes out and investigates off-site drainage issues, any impacts to the road network that we may have. Eric's going to present on what he found, but to close out my portion quickly, the water, like I said, returned in September. We monitored that a lot closely. We jetted the storm sewer that is on the crossing. We evaluated all these conditions and ultimately found that there's nothing that we really could do, and the water is rising so much that it became a safety hazard that led us to forcibly close that road for we're not sure how long. And that happened on September 29th. So I'd like to turn it over to Eric. He did an investigation. He's going to walk through what he found, and he's also given you a letter to follow along so you can see the slides as he goes through them.
One question.
Sure.
With all the water and it keeps coming up, what's the integrity underneath the pavement?
Yeah, you can see on this picture right in here
So
a good example of the integrity of the pavement. When you have a saturated subgrade, you have, just like your sidewalk, it's
Deteriorating.
everything
Goes up and
heaves
down.
and everything goes up and down, and that's why that pavement looks that way. And that pavement probably can never be fixed as a result of the water. It's just it's an ongoing, continual maintenance issue for us to keep that road open. Not necessarily as a result of what happened today or within the last 5 years. This thing has been bad for 100 years, So there is no good subgrade under it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Eric?
Okay, so this is the map that I handed to all of you. I'll be referring back to this map as we go through some of the photos throughout this. We were asked to kind of assess the Harper Ditch all the way across there we knew that in the past there's been beaver activity, there could be other vegetated related blockages. So we wanted to look across that entire length of it to determine, is there anything else going on? And to be honest, we kind of expected to find something. The changes that have occurred that Larry just pointed out over the last couple of years, the water getting higher and higher, and knowing that there have been problems along that in the past, we expected to find something. The bottom line is we didn't. We found no other blockages across there, and I'll kind of walk you through what we did. We started there at A on the first day and did that blue route. When I say we, my coworker Anthony Lurch was with me for this as well. Walked down on the east side of the ditch there. Well, once we got to D, there's another drainage ditch that's coming in. It just doesn't, it shows up everywhere but on the screen.
Correct.
Okay. At D, there's another drainage ditch that comes in from the east, and we couldn't cross that. And the vegetation on the east side of the ditch across there was very dense as well. So we came back out another day to walk that yellow path. We got access to the west side of Harper Ditch from a property owner there, and walked from D out to F, which is that kind of point where the yellow path ends. At that point, we couldn't continue any farther through the orange portion of that because it was so flooded that we couldn't walk through it. It would have been kind of up over our knees, even in the several quite a ways away from the ditch. We couldn't even traverse all the way around. It was very flooded across there. So we stopped at that point and backtracked. Also, the section, the last section, purple there between the orange section and 303 was a property that we were advised not to try to access also. So we left that portion alone. Fortunately, we could see all the way from F to G and could determine in that portion that we couldn't walk that there are definitely no blockages across that section of it. We then went and took a look at the section between State Route 303 and the Turnpike. Looked at the culvert from both the south side of the Turnpike and then went around to the north side of the Turnpike, also through private property owner access, and looked at the culvert under the turnpike from the north side. So I'm gonna go through a few photos on those. So this is at B, near the bend there, closest to Coit Road. You can see the power lines in the background there. There is a lot of vegetation, very dense on the other side of the ditch there, but there is a pathway of the water that goes all the way to Coit Road and across Coit Road from this point. Throughout the length of the ditch, there are a number of these fallen trees. This is just one example. I probably had 8 or 10 examples of fallen trees across the ditch, but in none of those instances was there any blockage. The water surface elevation on either side of the fallen tree was the same. We didn't have any situations where we had any water fall to where we could remove a blockage to gain some elevation there. The other thing, we said that we were looking for was beaver. We expected to find that. It's happened here in the past, but the entire area that we walked, we found 0 fresh recent beaver activity. So that's not the issue. We didn't find any dams. We didn't find any paths where normally with all this duckweed, you could see them moving through the water. And then the duckweed is something that we saw across the entire length of that. Duckweed is a surface aquatic plant that typically you only find in ponds. You don't find it in flowing water almost ever. If so, very, very slow moving water. All right, further along the ditch, this is at the E on the map there. The ditch is getting wider as we go, and I didn't go swimming to find out, but apparently deeper. And the duckweed persists throughout. So this is at that point F where we're looking towards the turnpike. That field on either side of the ditch there was the part that was so flooded that we couldn't move through, and you can see how wide and the flooding is extending outside of the banks of the ditch at that point. Just past where that reddish shrub is on the right side of the ditch is a bridge that the property owner used to access the back part of her property with a large tractor, so it was a significant bridge, and it's completely underwater. You can't see it here anymore. I'd also like to point out in this picture that if you really look to the very far end of the ditch, you can see a structure there. That's pretty close to Stair Route 303, so that's that point where we could see all the way back and can confirm that there aren't any blockages in that section of the ditch either. So this is at the State Route 303 culvert looking north. That structure is, you can't really see it, but it's just through those trees, on the other side of the trees on the right side of the ditch. You can see how wide it is there, the persistence of the duckweed throughout the entire length of the ditch. This is the culvert. Larry mentioned it earlier. It's an 8x16 box culvert that goes under the turnpike. That picture is pretty hard to determine, but if you look in, right at the water surface where it meets, kind of ends there, there's a concrete head wall that's in there that you almost can't see in that picture because of all the vegetation. But what you really can't see is the opening to the culvert. It's because it's completely underwater. The top of that culvert, and we said it's 8 feet high, right? So the top of that culvert is completely submerged. And then around to the north side of the turnpike, you see that same condition exists there as well. So there's not an issue that's inside of the culvert. I'll call back to what Larry was saying about the size of that culvert. So if that culvert was at 83 and a half, and it's 8 feet high from the bottom of that culvert, this water we estimate is at least 1.5 feet above that 8 feet opening of the culvert. So you've got about 9.5 feet, about 9.5 feet of elevation above the bottom of what that culvert is in water there. And that takes us to an elevation of 1,091 or 1,091 and a half roughly, which is really what the elevation of the surface is at Coit Road, at that low point of Coit Road. So this surface water elevation persists from this point north of the turnpike all the way back to the elevation that it's sitting at Coit Road right now. The other piece of this puzzle is what happened north of the turnpike over the years. This is Harper Ditch. We're going to go through a little bit of historical imagery here. This is Harper Ditch this was from 1937. This is the oldest aerial photography that we have on the auditor's website. And you can see that the ditch runs from Coit Road all the way north of 303. The turnpike doesn't exist at this point. It's, was cut in there particularly to make that land usable, farmable, to be able to use it for agricultural purposes. And like Larry said, that it's very flat over there. That's why that ditch got put in the first place. It was put in, because there's nowhere else for that water to go, and it has helped make that land more useful over that time period. So we're zooming in here a little bit. We're just north of the turnpike. You can see where Harper Ditch comes under the turnpike. I want to point out to the east at B, there is a meandering creek that runs in from the southeast portion of your picture and flows northwest towards C, where it ties into Harper Ditch. In 2006, we didn't have any of the sand and gravel operation in this area, but moving forward to 2010, they've started a sand and gravel operation here. So at A, that's the only change that we've made to either the meandering creek or Harper Ditch at this point, is they've added a culvert at A to access the area that they wanted to start work on the sand and gravel. I also want you to take note of B and C there. There's a ditch line that's being started that they're creating there that's kind of to the south of where the lake that they're creating for this process. All right, 1 year farther ahead, 2011, you can see that they have eliminated the meandering creek that ran to the northwest. It's no longer existing. They have rerouted it, and it's now flowing from B to the southwest and tying into Harper Ditch at A. So flowing from the east to the west there to the point A. And I'd also like you to take a look at that arrow that I've got shown on there. There's a very small portion of that creek that you can see that it's pretty narrow right through there. There is a pool kind of just between the turnpike and that arrow, but at that point the Harper Ditch was only as wide as that.
What year is the 11?
Mm-hmm. And I can go back to the couple previous. You can take a look at Harper Ditch over those two. They're close to A. The width of Harper Ditch in 2006, 2010, and 2011. Just wanted to point that out to you there.
Does that lake drain into going A to that?
That's a good question. I have a slide a little bit later that'll kind of illustrate that a little
I got a
bit
bunch
better.
of questions going.
Good.
I'll
Yeah,
wait.
that's fine. And I don't mind stopping to answer questions
Yeah.
along the way. This lake at this point doesn't drain. At this point, really it's part of their sand and gravel operation, and the lake doesn't really have a permanent outflow structure until they're done with their operation in that area. But you'll see that it flows to the north afterwards. It does not discharge south or west into Harper Ditch
really?
there.
Okay.
It flows to the
That's-
north
okay.
afterwards. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. 2014, this is an image that's not on the auditor's website. I got this from Google Earth. What we wanted to show here is they've started a new ditch for lack of a better term there, at A, those couple of points that I'm calling out. It is a straight, wide ditch that is in there that it looks like they're planning on sending the water that's coming from the southeast and sending that around the lake to the north. So step forward one more. You see it's significantly different now. Mm-hmm. They have put in a meandering channel, and you can see now that the Harper Ditch that used to flow to the west side of the lake is eliminated. They have started sand and gravel operations over the portion of Harper Ditch that flowed to the north there, and they're now sending the water from A to B as opposed to from B to A. And they have put in this long meandering channel. They replaced the channel that they had in there that was flowing from B to A from towards the southwest with this meandering channel, and it continues to meander all the way up around the top of the lake. And again, I've got a slide showing that here shortly. So here we are in 2022. You can see that meandering channel, the creek that comes in from the southeast, and you can see how wide the water is at the arrow at that point. That indicates to me that it's much deeper than it was prior to that. And then this is kind of what I was talking about zoomed out. This is a much more even recent image. This is a 2023 image from Google Maps. You can see that meandering channel runs all the way around the lake to the north, and it ties into Harper Ditch about where it says Harper Ditch up there at the top of the, sorry, I didn't put a little red A on this one, I probably should have, but right there where it says Harper Ditch is where it ties back in, and then Harper Ditch continues on before it discharges to the Cuyahoga River. I think, I haven't been able to go out and investigate that channel that runs all the way around that lake. That's something that we'd like to do still.
So does that, may I ask a question? Does that photo show 4 big water reservoirs?
Yeah, the one that is to the south and to the west of the lake that we're referring to is maybe the oldest of them that was there from some time ago, but all of those are sand and gravel operation bodies of water.
So it has grown from like nothing to huge.
Well, I mean, sand and gravel is a part of this part of the county. There's a lot of it that goes on. This looks big, but there's a lot more of that sand and gravel in this part of the county than just that.
Thank you.
Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to point out from this picture is that, so if we go back up to this one, I don't see any of that duckweed present in 2022. But in 2023, when we go down to that one, down at the bottom there, you can see
the green.
how green that is there.
Orientate me again, please. So the turnpike is across the bottom.
Correct.
So all the water from that Harper Ditch
Yeah.
is going north.
Correct.
And that water, the lake that was made because of digging, does that also, that just congregates there, or does that flow someplace else?
Yeah, good question. So the water right now from Harper Ditch does not go into the lake at any point. It is routed around that lake through that meandering channel that goes all the way around.
And north is on the bottom, or top?
Top.
Okay.
All the water is flowing from south to north, and all
Okay.
the images are oriented that way.
Which is reverse of what it used to be, right?
The what I was talking about was the south. Let's go back to those real quick. Is so if we go back to this very first one, you've got that creek, and I wish my pointer here. I'll just go up. Is it okay?
Yeah, just go
Sure.
point.
So we've got this creek that's flowing in from the southeast, and it flows this direction and ties into Harper Ditch here.
Yeah.
Harper Ditch is flowing this way to the north, and then as you go through, whoops, wrong way. Now this is when they created this channel, and instead of sending this water up to tie in here, they send it down here to tie in at this point. You can see how it kind of sweeps, it turns into the Harper Ditch right there. So that was the rerouting of this creek to be able to work across this area. All right, so they sent it this way.
Now, where's Coit Road at? Is it on the
Way left.
west side? Right,
It's
yeah.
Way down below,
Yeah, in fact, here,
4,300
let me-
feet away, yeah.
How far back would I have to go?
Way
I can
back.
just go to the.
So it's
because
on the
Coit
other
Road's
side.
here.
Yeah,
So
so it's way
Here
over.
is where the turnpike is about to go through. All right, this point is about where the turnpike goes through and that box culvert is. I'm sorry, I'm over here, right in here. And then this is the ditch that runs all the way back to
Can you
Coit
go
Road,
back
all the way back
to
here.
my slide and just show them the aerial? It shows the lake
Yeah,
in
it's
it
better that
too,
way,
if you
too,
could.
yeah.
It just take a quick second
Yeah.
to get back through there.
You wanted this one?
Yeah,
There
right
we go.
there.
So here's the lake up here, here's the meandering creek that goes around, this is that same 2023 image that I was using, you can see the duckweed in it there, and then all the way across, so Coit Road closure is all the way back here, that's almost a mile back from
Yes.
the culvert here. So water's flowing this way through the ditch, under the turnpike there, and then around the lake this way. I'll come back to where I was, appreciate your patience. Okay. So, the question is, you know, what's next? What else, what can we do about this problem? You know, and unfortunately, the answer is we need more information. There's still more pieces of this puzzle that we have to track down. Part of that is, you know, what was all, you know, involved in that project to reroute both of those streams. We weren't there. I wasn't there. You know, I don't know what occurred. I haven't had a chance to assess that meandering creek that goes all the way around the lake. There could be problems in there that may be able to help alleviate. There are a lot of other things that we still need to look at. And then if, sure, go ahead.
So, I didn't have a lake. Now I got a little lake, and water is gonna be absorbed through that ground in that area. And then my little lake turned into a medium-sized lake, and the medium-sized lake turned into a very large lake. So now we're not getting water absorption through the earth. We're trying to reroute. We have this big puddle sitting there, and doesn't that affect how much water is gonna go in Harper Dam?
That's a good question. Yeah, essentially a body of water like a lake almost acts like a parking lot when it comes to stormwater runoff.
Correct. So I
Yeah.
know,
So
I'm not
you're
absorbing into the earth
Yeah,
like it used to.
you've got almost 100% runoff from that from that surface area.
Right.
All right, and that does matter. In this instance, the water that's discharging from that lake is discharging to the north.
It's nowhere near quite.
Yeah, and there aren't flooding issues north of that lake that I'm aware of. There are, you know, I did get to go up around the top of that lake and look at the outflow from the, you know, where that meandering ditch goes around, and there's some very large culverts that it goes through before it heads up to the Cuyahoga River. So yes, you do generate a larger volume of runoff off of that lake. A lot of times lakes have a staged release of water, so that as it rains and it's filling up this lake, you know, you get a certain amount of water that can leave initially. Then when you get a lot of water, it fills up more, and you know, there's another higher elevation that allows more water to leave the lake.
So the runoff, lake runoff, the culvert now zigzags and goes around the southern part of that. Because of that absorption into the land, this land mass here is filled with water now versus land. Does that affect it?
Yeah, there are a lot of impacts to that. The surface water of the lake, and it not being able to absorb water into that land there, is less of an impact than the. I need to almost go back to the image to be able to show that. So when you're looking here, so that lake takes up a space about like this, right? The drainage area that's contributing water to this point is all of this. All right, all of, you know, a very large amount of this land. 800 acres. Yeah, 800 acres is contributing water to Harper Ditch. So it's a very large area. That lake, it would have a larger impact downstream of this point than it would upstream of this point.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
You keep, on the last 22, 23, you said they did this ditch and they did that, and who's they?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't want to be in here to say, yeah, so I don't know the exact.
No, that's fine, we're just kind of curious.
Sure. I mean, it's the sand and gravel operation that really did the work across there. And I don't know who is in charge and that's what I need to find out. That's part of that, find more information and reach out to them to try and get to find out if there is those studies available. You know, is there a plan and report?
Because Shelley was the one that was required by the Army Corps to reroute that stream. I mean, it cost them like $2 million to do that. So I'm sure they would have the information that you would need.
Well, if I may.
Sure.
We talked, 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, about some of the issues up there. And I reached out to the Army Corps of Engineer, and their Chicago office called me back, and I've been in correspondence. I've been happy to make you a copy. They've been out, they looked, and they feel it's their problem. they feel that the silt and all the buildup, which these words I just learned because I'm not an engineer. I don't know anything about the water. But they came out and looked, and they, 30 years ago, they had a contract to fix that. On talking with Harold Kempner, he's one of the supervisors for the Corps of Engineer, and the other one is Mark Scalabrino. They're both coming out on the 17th, and they're gonna fix it. I talked to them on the phone yesterday, and they're really tired of throwing this to you guys, and they were very nice about it.
That's
very
great.
nice about it, and they think that they can fix that and get that flow back to where it needs to be and get it off of your bats.
That's great news.
Yeah, fantastic. And I understand that meeting is at 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm been invited to go attend that as
Right.
well, so I'm
I
excited.
asked them
Yeah.
for both of you, if you could, to be there, but they were very eager to get up here. And I told them, I said, I feel that the road closure is due to this. And this needs cleaned out, and it's gotta have somewhere to go. And after the bureaucrats and everybody else involved, they called me back and said, we're coming out. And we're gonna get this fixed.
So for us as, for the residents, Coit Road being flooded is definitely, I believe, attributed to something happening north of the turnpike. We will never sit here and point fingers
Sure.
on anything, but something is, we've done enough work to say what you told them is absolutely true, and I would tell them the same. There's something on the north of the turnpike that's causing flooding on our road and causing it to flood.
Yeah, they
And-
as
and
much
there's
said
nothing else
that.
that we can
Yeah,
do.
they as much said that what they did 30 years ago attributing to what the problem is you're having now. And they're stepping up, that's all I can tell you.
It's great. I'm looking forward to that
Great.
meeting on Tuesday morning.
Cool.
That's great.
Well, I appreciate what you guys have done, because
Good.
I've been out there looking, and I don't know anything about it. All I did was get muddy.
Yeah,
I
can-
want to compliment this department. Their department
Oh,
did a
absolutely.
really, really good job. I mean, this is difficult. And the pictures really, really do say 1,000 words. You try and get your way through there and try and determine what is going on. The county engineer's office, we can't leave the right of way. We have to depend on them, and I think they
Sure.
did a really good job. So I just want to mention.
There's nothing more intrusive than water, and not knowing where it's going.
It doesn't care about property lines either.
No, it's got a mind of its own.
Yeah.
So
But
we're gonna,
I appreciate what you've done.
thank you. So if you can come back in a few weeks and kind of give us an idea, update of what's happening, because we've gone over.
Love to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah,
great.
we get
Just
maybe
allowing
2-3
us to be
weeks, we could
involved.
set that up to, after you guys have your
Have
meeting.
your meeting, that
Sure.
would be great.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Well, what generally, just for time frame, something like this, I would expect it's not a quick solution, and the public probably needs to know Coit Road's still gonna be closed
Sure.
for a good period of time until that happens, because these type of things just don't happen overnight. That's
And
all.
just a ongoing discussion, that
Yeah.
because we are doing this in public, to be able to, in 3 weeks or so, hey, these are the things that we're thinking and possibilities,
Beautiful.
we can go after.
Love
But
it.
I'd hate to throw you out, but time
Yeah.
restrictions.
That's good.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys,
Really,
appreciate
very
your
much.
time. Thank you, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Dan, sorry to keep you waiting.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Larry, grab seat A.
Oh,
Yeah.
sweet. Nothing like an
You're
improv.
not
That's
getting
good.
away. You're not getting away.
Eric, you're
I
more than
see
welcome
that.
to stay, sir.
Unless you need me.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Eric.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I read it before I got here, sorry.
Good.
Yeah, you're good to go, I'm just gonna put it up on screen.
Who's gonna start this? You want me to?
Yeah, you might as well.
Go for it.
I got called by the mayor of Manaway, wanted me to meet with her and her solicitor, and I went up and met with them. And several years ago, I'm talking 92, 93, they replaced the bridge over the Cuyahoga on State Route 44. One of the companies, which I'll leave out, in their infamous wisdom, couldn't get their supply vehicles southbound on 44 because of the bridge closure. They had to go all the way around. It was 10 miles out of the way. So one morning, a bridge appeared over the Cuyahoga, and it's a concrete bridge, and it appeared over Matt's Road, and we actually own 3/4 of that bridge. I have a plat here that shows everything that we own, and it's back behind F&S Towing, and to the right, northwest of that is Stone Construction. What the village has asked is that we remove that bridge because it's, as they feel, it's unsafe. Now, I went down there, I walked it, I looked at it, I probably wouldn't drive over it, but my concern is that we have a wastewater treatment plant back there that abuts our property from that up to that bridge, or 3/4 of it, if you will, and the other quarter of it's owned by F&S Towing. They bought that property about 5 years ago. So when the mayor and the solicitor were questioning me about that, I had already been out there, looked at it, walked it, and my concern was the wastewater treatment plant is that utilized as access to it, number one. And number two, if our engineer had seen that and what his thoughts were. So that's what kind of brings us here today. Manaway has filed for some grants and some other things to get rid of it, but they don't own it. They have been told that, no, we're not helping and you don't own it. So the bottom line is Manaway would like that to go away for safety issues, because they do have parcels in the back where where their water little plant is in the back there, along with the storage units and a couple other businesses that just moved into that area off of Orchard, and it's starting to grow back there, and they're just worried about safety, and they're requesting assistance if we can just rip that out and be done with it. A lot of filing was done and a lot of approvals were done, but I don't think they were done the proper way. People did some things back in '90s that not everybody was aware of. So that brings us to today. I asked the mayor, I said, out of respect, you gotta send a letter to our county engineer and you have to send a letter to our water resources. So that's why you got those.
Understood.
And here we are.
Good.
So let's hear your
Do you
side.
want me to start or do you want to start? Okay, so, yeah, I read the letter this morning. She did send it over, and then, I forgot that it was on the agenda. Thanks for reminding me about that. But I did read the letter. Couple things about that is, in the village, the bridges themselves are generally maintained by the village. It has nothing to generally, on a general sense. I know this bridge just appeared or whatever. But Matt's Road, I'd probably like, so I'm not prepared to answer all your questions right now, obviously, but I'll just give a couple thoughts. Dedicated right away, I don't know if Matt's Road is dedicated.
It is not.
It is not. It just never went through.
Never pushed through.
Okay. So if I believe it's about an 80-foot span, it's got a pier in the middle. This is an aerial, me looking at the aerial.
Sure, yeah.
All right. If they want to get rid of it, there's going to be permitting involved in that, because anytime you mess with anything in the Cuyahoga River, you just can't demo it, you know? So you'll just have to do the permitting. I'm not sure what that would involve. But after you got your permitting, then you guys could just hire a demo contractor, and maybe you have to take the pier out of the center of the river. I'm not sure. That would all be decided on permitting, but you should be able to leave the abutments and the pier, hopefully, if they allow you there, and just take away the superstructure. Hire a demo contractor to do that, and you could do that.
So the philosophy of it went up at night, it can come down at night isn't good?
Big tidal wave. So when you say you guys, who are we talking about, you guys?
What do you mean?
The commissioners
You
pay
said
for
you
it?
guys.
I believe he said it's your bridge.
Not my
No,
bridge.
it's not
Doesn't
our
exist.
bridge. We don't
Oh.
own a
The-
bridge.
Oh, we-
so-
well,
that-
county
that's
engineer
what
It's
doesn't
on our
either.
property.
You got, it's on our property.
It is.
That's what
That's
I
the
heard.
guys-
3/4
That what makes it our
of
bridge. So
But
you
who,
can say no all you
who's
want, it's on
required?
our property.
but
What's that?
Larry, so we don't own a bridge. It may be on the property.
And I don't have, we do not have any record, it has no structural file number. It really isn't something that is on
Anybody.
anyone's radar as a real bridge. The fact is, it's there and it's a bridge.
So who put it there?
In the middle of the night.
He
Mike,
just
Somebody in the
said-
middle of the night, I didn't do it.
I don't know anything outside of what he said.
So
In the
how
night-
long has that bridge
he
been
said
there, and
since
how
the
long
90s.
has that road been closed?
I don't know any of that. That's all village, you know. So Matt's Road is a village road, not anything.
Not a county road.
Nothing. It's not a township. It's not a county. I don't.
doesn't exist.
I am.
Is it
I'm
a
just
paper street
unaware.
then? It's not dedicated?
Well, he just said that
road.
it's not dedicated,
Nope.
so it might be just a paper street that wasn't
That's what I'm
fully put
saying.
together. But
So we don't know
I don't
who
know.
put the bridge up, who's been maintaining the bridge?
No one.
So how's that our problem?
It's on our property.
It's on our property?
Sounds like.
That's what I keep hearing.
so what I'd probably just recommend too is I would recommend some probably advice of the prosecutor, but try to
Yeah.
obviously figure out if there's an ownership issue involved in this, because I don't know that there is, and you know, we could advise you on permitting, and we could advise you on demoing it and that type of work, but in our world it really doesn't exist, you know.
It's out to the
Yeah.
prosecutor already.
Good.
On Matt's Road, that road just dead ends, stops right there?
Just stops into that so-called easement where you guys go to the,
Which
Right.
we can't locate either.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is no
So,
easement.
so Matt's
We know.
tied into 44, it went between buildings,
Mhm.
and then it crosses the bridge, and then what I looked at this morning, it goes around and, has an arc of some sort, but where it goes, I don't know,
Yeah, I don't know either.
yeah.
So we don't know.
So all
who
of that's from.
Put it in there, it's on a paper street. And just because,
I saw a dedicated
I can't-
plat, so I don't know if
Well,
it's
there
not.
it is. It's right
That-
there.
There's a plat right there.
Okay,
That's a bridge.
yeah,
so if it's,
I don't
so if
think-
it's dedicated, it's
Then it
a
is.
paper street, and that could be, prosecutor could advise you about what to do about
Yeah, I don't
dedicated
think the
roads.
filings are done correctly if you read them.
It's not like any
Okay.
filings are done.
Yeah, if you read the side, it just doesn't look like, they have no dedication. All they have is documents and people signing off.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna move this
Did
along
county
because
engineer-
nobody has any answers for anything.
No.
We can
Well,
do that.
I'm gonna finish it up with the
Yeah,
prosecutor.
prosecutor.
And
Wanna
then
go for a hike?
I'm gonna
Well,
keep you guys in the loop.
And I would like to at least point out that
Yeah.
we do have a water main that goes underneath the Cuyahoga, right next to that bridge.
Okay.
So there is a slight wrinkle to that. Any work that we do, we need to make sure that
Oh, absolutely.
if there were any demo,
So
that we would
dynamite's
have
out of the
to-
question.
Yeah, I didn't ask
I just
for the
wanted to make
problem.
sure it wasn't
They
strapped
just
to the
rang my
bridge,
bell.
but it's
Yeah.
not. It does,
Yeah.
but it's right next to it. You can literally see the main in the water. and-
Really?
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's,
Well,
just
appreciate you, I
underneath.
just wanted to keep you updated.
Yep,
Add that to your list.
that's awesome.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Jay.
Tammy,
Thank you.
morning.
I'm gonna let Susan and Angela come, they're gonna do our benefits, presentation. We're gonna
Okay.
let them-
I don't think I'm doing it. That's all they do, that's all they do.
Let's go walk that.
hello.
again.
I know.
Morning.
Where you been?
About a year,
Yeah,
right?
something like that.
You don't call, you don't write, what's up?
I know, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You don't wanna hear from me.
Oh, why not? Everybody else is calling, you might as well.
I don't know. That's why I'm here today.
Cassidy, push that window a little more. I'm sweating my ass off. Uh-huh.
Take the coat off.
Ooh. Dang, girl, we're on live.
All right, there we go.
Come on now, that's not what I meant. You want me to start
You,
with Susan?
whoever started.
Yeah, okay, yes.
Good morning.
So I'm Angela Wilhelm. I work for Willis Towers Watson, help the county each year with their medical and dental benefits. High level today, we're gonna look just quickly at some historical experience. We'll look at your cost projection for 2024, some contribution modeling, and then we'll just finish up with kind of where the dental stands for 2024.
We're just the messengers here. Don't
Yes,
shoot the messengers.
yeah, thank you. That's a good
You
preface.
saw my gun this one? No.
On the background slide, just a quick recap. If you recall, for those of you that were here last year, we did put your medical and your dental plans out to bid. Last year, we stayed with Medical Mutual for your medical, your pharmacy, and your stop loss, and then we also stayed with Delta Dental for your dental plan. Your admin rates did increase by 3.28% for 2023, and then for 24, it's gonna go up 2%, and then 25, it'll go up another 2%. That was part of the 3-year contract
Yeah.
that was signed. Medical Mutual did provide a $100,000 administration credit, so that you received on your January invoice. For stop loss, that did increase almost 30% for 23. But we do have a rate cap for 24. It's actually coming in at just over 30%, and I'll go into those details in a moment. The biggest change that we made to the medical plan was with your pharmacy benefit. We did move to what's called their Basic Plus formulary. Part of the benefit of that was increased pharmacy rebates that the county would receive back. Again, it depends on the particular prescriptions that are provided to or written for members, but so far January through August of 2023, you've received almost $660,000 back in those pharmacy rebates. It did include prior authorization, step therapy, and quantity limits were introduced, so that was new for 23. I think of all of my clients and any group that I'm aware of, you guys were probably one of the very last to include those 3 controls in the pharmacy plan, and that is to help control the costs. It's not to prohibit people from taking certain drugs, it's just to make sure that they're taking the right ones at the right time, and if there is a lower cost alternative that is clinically equivalent to a much higher costing drug, we're trying that lower cost drug first. So it just kind of helps to put parameters around the drug plan to kind of help control the costs, because pharmacy costs, if you watch the news, you know that they skyrocket every year. New drugs are being introduced, and some of these drugs cost tens of thousands of dollars, if not more.
And there's no generics.
For some of them, and there's a lot of generics out there, don't get me wrong, but
Not for
when
new
new
Not
drugs
for
are,
these
not for the
new
new ones, right.
And those are the ones that are most expensive.
Correct.
Well,
Yeah.
of the 17 million that we will spend in 2023, almost half of that is pharmacy. So of all of the claims that we
Oh my
pay, almost
gosh.
half of that amount is pharmacy, so.
You guys have had some
That's a
high
lot.
utilization, but those rebates kind of help offset that.
Yeah.
And what we'll see in a slide here in a moment is the agreement that we put into place with Medical Mutual last year for the next 3 years. Your rebates are going to increase over the next 2 years. So in 2024, and when we get there, I'll show you. It'll make more sense
Okay,
when we see it.
that's
But
okay.
Medical Mutual, you do have a $20,000 wellness fund to use in 23. You'll have that again in 24.
How much
For
of
Delta-
that have we used, Susan?
So far, we've used about 12,000 this year.
12,000 or 12?
12,000 of the 12.
Okay, all right.
So you better get to the gym so you can get refunds.
And then Delta Dental, the agreement that was put into place, we saw a decrease in rates of 3% for 23. Those rates are good for 24 as well, so there'll be no change in your dental premiums for 24. 25, we will get a renewal from them, but we will see no more than a 5.5% increase. Hopefully it'll be less than that, but it'll be no more than the 5.5% for 2025. Experience, this is where it starts to get a little ugly. So total medical and pharmacy claims have increased during the period of January to June 2023. That's kind of the time period that Medical Mutual as well as WTW has used to forecast forward for 24. So claims January to June of 23 was about 7.7 million. Compared to last year, that same time period, you were at 5.96 million. So quite a significant increase in utilization and claims in 23 versus 22.
When you have the claims, is that surgery treatment or is that mostly because of
Everything.
drugs?
It's all of the above. I don't have the breakdown of how much was which. I can get that to you. But this is total looking at pharmacy as well as all medical claims. Yep. So pretty significant increase. The stop loss renewal for 2024 is a plus 31.52%. They initially provided almost a 35% increase. We pushed back a little bit. We were able to get that down to the 30 plus 31.52 for 24. The experience period that was used for that renewal is June 22 to May of 23. You had 9 claimants over that stop loss deductible, which is $225,000. So the county is responsible for all claims up to $225,000.
And
Your
then
stop
after,
loss insurance picks
which
up
is
the amount
huge.
after that.
In my time that I've been here, we've never had.
I know a couple
9.
other companies that are much smaller than us having the same skyrocketing
Yeah,
numbers.
you guys are not unique to having issues with the skyrocketing claims, that's for sure, yeah. There's one person of those 9 no longer on the plan, so that's, I don't know if that's a good thing or bad. It's good for financial, reasons, but you do have 2 that are on that list that they do expect to have continuing ongoing high claims. And then the last bullet point, I'll let you read that, but the one thing that I will read is that our forecast is coming out at an increase with no plan changes whatsoever, current, what you have today, an increase of 15.3%. Don't shoot the messenger, Susan already said it.
We do have some, if we wanna make plan changes, we do have that forecast, in the next few pages.
Yeah. So if we wanna flip to slide 6, here's a look at that projection. So the budget for 23 was just over 17 million. And our preliminary forecast, again with no plan changes, you're looking at almost 20 million, so 19.9. So increase of 15.3%. The bullet points below are just some of the things that were built into the budget. Again, as I mentioned, plus 2% on your administration fees, which is a very low, small dollar amount in the overall budget. Obviously, the biggest piece is the claims. The stop loss we already talked about, the wellness fund we already talked about, and we'll see here on the next slide, those RX rebates that I talked about, those pharmacy rebates, they will increase next year. So if we want to flip to slide 7. So currently, you can see the 2023 pharmacy rebates, and this is per eligible drug. So it's not every drug that somebody is, getting prescribed. But if they are eligible, these are the rebates that Medical Mutual is giving back to the county. And you can see in 24, those amounts per script, per eligible script, will go up in 24. So that's money coming back to you, so that's a good thing. This is probably the one slide where I can say, hey, it increases a good thing because that's more money back to you. And then as I mentioned, by making that move to the Basic Plus formulary, there were some minimal controls put into place to kind of help minimize some, extreme, pharmacy costs. Any questions on that so far? I'm trying to get through it quickly.
Go
You
ahead.
guys
No,
been
you're-
sitting here a long
you're
time, but if
good.
I'm talking too fast, just let me know.
You're not. I don't have an answer for it, and I know you don't either with the prescription costs. If every place, I mean, it's astronomical that they're going over, and there doesn't look. It's only going to continue to rise.
Correct.
And that it's. I don't get it, but
It's the drug manufacturers.
I get that part.
Yeah. And one thing that I'll point out is the 3 controls that we put into place for 23, that's kind of bare minimum. There's a lot of other controls that can be put into place that we could, ask Medical Mutual about, but that makes the plan a lot more restrictive. You guys went from no controls to minimal controls that a lot of companies have had in place for years. So it was new for the county in 23. obviously it's up to you guys, I mean, we can ask Medical Mutual about it, but it would be a lot more disruptive if we looked at other programs. It becomes more restrictive, there's more exclusions, and that's where you start to hear a lot of noise.
Yeah, we usually take baby steps, so we
And-
did make that last
yeah,
year.
and that's why
we're
none
so
of that
sweet and
information is in
level,
here.
But, that has died down,
Yeah,
so,
because
we
nothing's
want-
more frustrating than a medicine you've been taking for umpteen
Absolutely.
years, all of a sudden,
Absolutely.
my insurance doesn't cover it, you need to find something else.
Right.
Well, or you need to jump through a few hoops, I understand, so
Yeah.
we have that in place, people have adjusted, I don't recommend making that change right now.
And
It is
that's
something
like-
we can look
yeah.
at if you want to later, but that is one of the things that I think sets us apart from other employers too, is our plan is so rich and, user-friendly, and, you know, that's
Yeah.
what we have insurance for, is so that we can use it, so.
Yeah, and that, when you use those words that you just used, that's what upsets people. That if I were a private industry,
Right.
those rich plans that we have as a
Don't
government
Correct.
don't.
No.
And that's where we as government get in trouble by, I have private industry say, gosh, I gotta start cutting back, I can't continue to do that. And when we're looked at, if we use that word, that gets us in severe trouble with people.
Right.
That as a government entity,
Yeah.
we can afford to do a plan such as that.
Yeah, and I think that the step therapy, the quantity limits, and the prior authorizations that were put into place this year,
Yeah.
good,
So we
great
have been
stepping
making
stone.
changes, yeah.
Absolutely. Do I recommend pulling levers and, really disrupting it? No. I mean, financially, if there's a need to, obviously we could look at it, but if you don't have to, and you wanna keep it the rich benefit that you have,
Well, and on the flip side, the private sector pays way more than any of us in these departments. And the one thing that we always touted was we had good benefits,
Right.
medical and retirement. So that's a big tool in our toolbox.
Yeah.
Now, again, we have to be good stewards of taxpayers'
Right,
money.
absolutely.
But at the same point in time, this is a big tool for us in recruitment.
yeah, exactly. Slide 9, it just kinda takes a look at the plan design changes that the county has made going back to 2019. So obviously the very last column, 23, is where you're at today. It was the same as 22. We didn't make any plan design changes in 23 other than, again, changing that drug formulary. Slide 10 shows you some benchmarking. The first column there with the pink heading is the current Portage County plan. And then we've got the benchmarks next to that. The government public sector in the Ohio is from a WTW database that we have internally, our own proprietary system. And then the last two columns are from the State Employment Relations Board, their 2023 health insurance survey. So that's where you get your cities and your counties within Ohio.
We do participate in the CERB program too, so that does include our benefits.
So your deductible is, it's right in line with the CERB, actually a little better than the CERB benchmarks. Your out-of-pocket maximum is on the little bit of the lower side. We've got we could take that up just a little bit, and I'm gonna model that for you in a moment. And it'll still keep you in line with benchmarks. And then the co-insurance that you currently have at 90%, where the plan's picking up 90% of anything that is subject to a co-insurance, members paying 10%. Benchmarks, as you can see here, is at 80%, and I can tell you that every industry, every benchmark that I've ever seen, every cut of data that I have pulled out of our database, 80% is the benchmark. Again, 90% sets you aside. That makes you a very nice, rich benefit. But if we wanted to find a little bit of room to bring that
A little
increase
bit of
down,
savings, that would be one of the things.
that could be,
And which one is that on?
It's
the co-insurance level
If
at
we change
90.
Oh,
You're-
okay.
yeah.
On the
Yeah,
next
wrong
pages,
page.
it'll show.
Yeah,
the
so if we
model.
want to let's just go ahead and flip to slide
We're just showing
11.
compared to others, ours is very.
Yeah. So slide 11, this is looking at different plan design options, and we look at these every year. So this year's is no different. So obviously you have the current plan in the first column, and then if you read the headers, that's where we're showing if we made a change. So if we increased the deductible to $750, it's about $190,000 in savings. Increase it to 1,000.
So,
Yeah, or
Just bring it down.
1.1%.
Instead of the 15.3, it would be 14.2 savings or cost. So
Yeah.
just a different way to look at it.
Yeah, and then there's $1,000 deductible. That would be a pretty dramatic change. I don't necessarily recommend, but I at least wanted you to see, you know, what type of impact that could
Also,
have.
I would just like to point out too, changing increasing those deductibles is something that actually hits somebody's pocket right off the bat.
Yeah.
So, you know, there are changes we can make that would only impact people who utilize the plan a lot or who have more ongoing health issues. Our higher cost claimants would pay a little bit more, where your average person who just goes to the doctor won't pay as much, or your mediocre users of the plan. So just take a look at that. So, you know, obviously if we don't make any changes, it's going to hit everybody in their paycheck. If we make a little bit of changes, you know, it
Still
just
be an
depends
impact,
on
it won't be as much.
who it's going to impact.
Yeah.
Different ways.
So I'll just point out the last two columns, since I mentioned increasing the co-insurance to 80%, so it's 20% to the member versus 10% today. That's about a 1.6% decrement that we would see off of the budget, off of the projected forecast of 15.3%. And then the last column is increasing the out-of-pocket maximum. So right now you're at, or the co-insurance limit, you're at $2,000, $4,000, and have been at that same level for quite some time. If we increase that by $3,000, $5,000, keeping that $500 deductible so that upfront dollars is the same, but when they start, your co-pays and your co-insurance then would then accumulate towards that $3,000, $5,000. We do see, you know, an impact there of about, it's just under a % change, but that could be a small incremental step.
Or a small baby step as well.
Is that per person or family?
Yeah, so it would be $3,000 per person, $5,000 max per family.
So they would still be able to go to the doctor with their copay, their $10 copay. They would still meet the same deductible. It's just after that deductible, then the maximum amount that they would pay for co-insurance would be a little bit more.
How long have we had a $10 copay?
Since we went to HMO, I would say since 2014.
And I lost my other question.
That
It
is
disappeared.
one of the biggest perks of
That's
our plan.
I mean, that's a
because
massive.
your
that's-
lowest paying employee can still afford to go have their health care taken care of with that $10.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know what's nice, it also encourages them to
To
stay out of the
take care of their
ER
Yes,
and go to
it
these
does.
urgent cares
To the-
as well.
Yes, I do like the urgent treatment for the $10 because, you know, I always tell people they can go evenings, weekends, and holidays. They don't have to go to the ER. Saves them money.
Yeah.
Saves us money.
Yeah.
But it also encourages employees to take care or maintain their health with that $10 copay. You know, they can do that much more affordably.
So just as a quick example, if you do increase that out-of-pocket maximum, because right now, if an employee, once they reach the $2,000, the plan is picking up everything after the
Everything,
$2,000.
100%.
And if somebody has a chronic condition or illness, they're hitting that $2,000 really quick. So the $3,000, $5,000, yes, that affects what's coming out of their, you know, own pocket. But luckily it would be spread out, hopefully. I mean, obviously in an inpatient hospital stay, you're gonna hit that probably right away. But again, it puts a little bit more onus back on the member and just a little less than out of your budget, because they're paying a little bit more. The next few slides, I don't know how much in detail you necessarily want me to go through these. Maybe I'll just do slide 12 and then you'll kind of get the idea of the next few.
Do slide 12, and I think a good way to just point it out would be to show the increase. So, for instance, on slide 12, if you look at the top box, employee contributions, currently your single employee pays $46.04 per pay. And if you look below the employee contributions, if we did not make any plan changes, it would now cost that individual $53.09 per pay. If we didn't make any plan changes.
Yes.
But
The
also
middle
it's-
box you just went.
The
Yeah.
middle box, but it's also important to look in the net portage cost over the bi-weekly pay, or you can look at the monthly. An individual Portage County would pay they currently pay $434.60 per person for the single plan. And if you drop below, it would go from $434.60 per pay to $501.25 per pay. So that's where your 15.34% increase is.
Yes, what this slide is showing is if you were to make no plan changes and you were to spread that 15.3% increase evenly, meaning, hey, employees are gonna pay 15.3% more, which is what Susan just pointed out. That also means the county's paying 15.3% more. The difference in the annual estimated dollar amounts are down here in this difference line. So it would be about an additional almost 2.4 million for the county, an additional about 283 in contributions that the employees would pay for the benefits. The very last little bucket over here on this side just shows the difference per month, so not per pay, but the per month, the increase that the employees would see.
So
And then
then just
it
to-
breaks it out per
Right,
pay,
and
obviously.
so now that you have a grasp of that, let's go to the page where if we increase that, maximum out of pocket, which would be on page 17. So you can see that although it's gonna save us some, it really doesn't make a whole lot of difference when you spread that out.
Yeah, so it'd be about a 14.6% increase to the budget if we were to increase that out of pocket to 3,000, 5,000. That currently sits at the 2,000, 4,000. That's a single family.
So
out of
making
pocket.
that change, if we made that change, or if we didn't make the change, Portage County for a single plan, per pay would pay 501.25. If we made the change, it would be 498.05.
Susan, what slide
If
are you
I
on?
compare page 12 to 17, so I'm
Mhm.
looking on page 17, that's if
Okay.
we increase that maximum out of pocket. Without a change, it would cost Portage 501.25. With the change, 498.05. So, you know, these are some minimal changes, but one thing that we could do is we could increase the maximum out of pocket and the co-insurance. But again, I don't recommend making too many changes at once because
You've got
it's
options.
a disruption, yes, it's a disruption. So we could possibly increase the maximum out of pocket now, and then next year look at increasing that co-insurance, the 80, 90, the 80,
Or vice
20,
versa,
or
Yeah,
90.
whichever.
It's
Yeah.
page 12 that has if we tweak different things in the plan.
12, and then if you go to 17.
12 has
I got
no
17, I gotta
Yeah.
go back to 12.
Page 12 has no changes, so if we made any changes at all, and this, you know, totally is up to you, I would recommend that you did page 17. Or what page was this?
And that's where we increase the out-of-pocket.
Yeah, page 17, or the co-insurance, which is page 16. That's the co-insurance. So after a person
Which
meets their
one?
deductible,
Yeah.
then they pay 10% of the remaining amount. Portage pays 90. If we raise that co-insurance, then it would be 20% they would pay after their deductible, and Portage County would then pay 80. That gives us the highest savings.
And whichever one or two, you know, if you want to make any of these changes, what I would do is go back and have the forecast rerun with those changes. What you're seeing in the contribution modeling are our estimates. They should be pretty close to what the forecast would come out to, but, you know, the slides are each labeled with that, going back to that plan design, possible plan design changes slide, which modeled out each one of those changes and what that would look like. So the slides are labeled for each one, so that you can go back and take a look at each one and review it. I don't think we need to go through each slide right now unless you want to, but,
Process
they're
time.
there. Yeah, exactly. So any,
Okay, I'm gonna flip back through here. So, which one gives us the biggest cost savings? I'm trying to find
of
the
the
biggest-
co-insurance or the out-of-pocket?
Yeah.
Of those two, it's pretty similar.
I
That's
think,
what I thought, it's
um,
like 120, 120.
Page 16.
The
Page 16.
co-insurance
Page
increase.
16 is the increase of the co-insurance. That
That-
saves us the most. So when an employee has met their deductible, their $500 deductible, then if they go to the doctor and there's a balance owed to their doctor, then Portage County pays 80% of that and the employee pays
For the
20%.
co-insurance.
Up to that maximum out of pocket, but I would probably recommend to do both of those. They kind of go hand in hand.
They kind of do.
So
the
to
co-insurance-
The
increase-
maximum out of pocket, because, you know, if they're paying that 20%, they're gonna reach that even quicker.
Mhm.
at that point.
Yeah, and the co-insurance came out, if they go to for an office visit, you're still gonna pay your office visit co-pays. the co-insurance is only gonna be on services that require a co-insurance. Typically, it's an inpatient hospital stay or an outpatient type surgical procedure. Everything else on your plan is pretty much subject to a copay. They're still gonna pay those copays. So that co-insurance is only gonna impact those larger claims where they're inpatient or like an outpatient
But
surgery,
also,
things
it
like
also
that.
affects people who have lab work. I mean, and this is an example I give for every orientation. You get up in the morning, you have a sore throat, you go see your doctor, you pay them $10, they write you a prescription, go to the pharmacy of your choice and get it filled. But if you're there for your sore throat, they might wanna do a strep test, maybe they wanna do some blood work or a variety of these other things. That's when your deductible comes into play. So they may bill you $500 for these additional things. That bill goes to Medical Mutual. Medical Mutual automatically reduces it to their contracted price. There might be $100 remaining that's owed to the doctor. Then if you've met your deductible, then that $100 is owed to the doctor, then that person would pay $10, Portage County pays the $90. If we change the co-insurance, that person would pay $20, Portage County would pay $80. So the co-insurance does come into play often. It can. But these are people who have medical issues, they use the plan, so they're gonna be paying a little bit more. Me, who never goes to the doctor.
Yeah.
Tammy, who never goes to the doctor, I still can pay $10 and go get my sore throat medicine
So sort
or
of
whatever.
evenly spread that.
It's more
if you-
evenly spread. The
Yeah.
people who utilize the plan are gonna pay a little bit more, and the people who don't are not penalized for that.
Yeah.
So that's
Cause even at 500, if you're healthy, you're never gonna meet that.
correct.
So raising it,
Right, but if you have blood work that's like $200 or $300 and you have an annual physical, you're gonna pay that $300.
You do.
Yeah.
You are gonna pay it, but
If it's
so
subject
so
to,
is
if
everybody.
it's subject
but-
to a co-insurance.
Yeah, but it's
It's
still
subject to
subject to
co-
co-insurance, and we still have that max out of pocket. So for people who are gonna go have a knee surgery, right now, $2,500, and I tell everybody, you can go have heart surgery, a knee surgery, you can have your appendix taken out, and $25 is the most you're gonna pay out of your pocket.
2,500, yeah.
Right, but that's a significant issue, right? But for someone that's going to get blood work or whatever.
Right,
is
they
it
have to meet their deductible.
chronic,
Yeah.
ongoing.
Right.
The deductible, I'm sorry, what's the deductible now for that?
500, which is
500.
very low.
Very
That's
nice.
still a very reasonable deductible.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's for single, family, or?
That's per person.
Per
for
individual.
Per person.
and
But
then
if it's
family
less
stuff.
So if you have family members, 5 family members, then 1,000.
Yeah.
I get it.
Just very nice.
Yeah.
That's a great plan.
Very nice.
And then just the very last slide is just to show you where the Delta plan is staying.
So we're not ready to make a decision today? You want us to come back next week?
No, I mean, I think we can do it today. I don't know.
I can't make it today.
You can't.
I cannot.
Oh,
No,
doctor cannot make it today.
that's exactly why we're having this conversation. I get what you're saying. I really like to get rid of that R word that you guys keep using about the rich plan. I think it's, there are a lot of plans that aren't like that, and there's a lot of people out around that don't work for government, that do not have plans such as that. I know of private industries that had great insurance, but because of the cost, they do not have that type of plan, so I just gotta look at this.
Okay.
Personally.
Just a reminder, I mean, I know this is a big decision, and we will come back with whatever information that you want for next week, but, open enrollment does need to be sooner than later.
When do you wish to start open enrollment?
Now,
Yesterday?
yes.
That's always the answer my HR people give me, yesterday.
Well, no, I usually have it the beginning of November, but there is a lot of preparation for me to prepare for that, so.
I'll get back with you.
So when you take into consideration the true overall cost, do you take into consideration the rebates and stuff? So that is like the overall.
Yeah, it's taken out of the overall forecast.
And some years too, and just to say, in 19, 20, and 21, we ran at 12 million. It has just started increasing since COVID, and there were a lot of factors that caused that. But, so Willis Towers Watson always does a very good job in estimating, because there's no way for you to know what our claims are gonna be. So this year they're right on
Yeah,
target.
we get close.
But some years we come in way low,
Mhm.
and you know, we give people holidays and we're able to give back a little. It's just last year, this year, and next year, they're just tough years.
We always build in about 3% margin, because you never, a high claims year, like what's happening this year, you know, we put that margin in for that reason alone, because you can't predict if someone's gonna have a heart attack, or, you know, be put up in the hospital, you
Or-
know,
or
or a
severe
catastrophic event.
diagnosis,
I
yes.
mean, it just, those are hard to predict. They're gonna happen, so we do build in that margin to kind of help account for that.
Any other questions?
I'm good for right now.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
ladies.
Now I'll go over miscellaneous. I can zoom to that before public comment. Do we have public comment today, Cassie?
Not that I am aware, no.
All right, I'll make a motion the Board of Commissioners acknowledge receipt of the kennel disposition report and intake report for September 25th, 2023 through October 1st, 2023 as presented by the Chief Dog Warden Dave McIntyre.
Second.
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion the Board of Commissioners acknowledge receipt of the October 2nd, 2023 notice from Faith Lyon and Teresa Nielsen, Portage County Board of Elections requesting an extension of their post-election office hours as directed by the Ohio Secretary of State's office for the ballot cure period as follows. Wednesday, November 8th, 4:30 to 5 p.m. Thursday, November 9th, 4:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. Monday, November 13th, 4:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. In addition, the Board of Elections has requested that a sheriff deputy be available for the office security during the previously listed hours and times. Friday, November 10th, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Second.
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
The Board of Commissioners signed the application and certificate for payment for the number 6 final payment of $3,158.93 for the 2022 sewer maintenance program, Brimfield BR 222-100 to Lake County Sewer Company as presented by the Portage County Water Resources.
Second.
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
The Board of Commissioners agrees to amend Resolution 23-0004, appoint Sarah Hogue as acting clerk in the absence of clerk of the Portage County Board of Commissioners for 2023 to also include Sarah Metz as acting clerk and Sarah Hogue as alternate acting clerk.
Second.
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Board of Commissioners amends Resolution number 21-0672 dated November 1st, 2021, authorizing adult probation to participate in the wage scale and step rate system currently used for full-time and part-time non-bargaining employees of those county departments under the Board of Commissioners authority and for the elected officials non-commissioners department.
Second.
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes. And as of this moment, next 3 minutes, there's no public comment?
Look at that. Did I zoom it in 2 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
Gracious me.
Mhm.
So that Matt Road is, if you go, there's that packaging plant there?
Just
Go behind that?
one that runs packaging, go back, go past Storms,
Mhm.
and you'll see a road prior to the other businesses, and you can see our water treatment plant.
Mhm.
Just, you can see where the road goes.
So who created that road? Or what else is on there besides access to our water plant?
Nothing really. And,
Didn't you say there was
There's
some kind of
another-
construction company working back there years ago?
well, Storm Construction was right there.
Yeah, Stom.
And they're the ones that signed off on the plat to put in the bridge, so I'm assuming Storm Construction put in the bridge. That's an assumption.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, David?
Hey, chief.
Don't, this thing is making me feel special in here.
Yeah, you are special. packed there.
Yeah.
Any good dogs out there?
Don't stop out at the office right now, that's all I tell you.
All right.
They finished the painting yet?
No, but they're getting close, it's just everything is pushed in the middle and, it just, yeah. And you realize how much stuff you accumulate over the course of all this time. So we're purging.
Cool.
I think Commissioner Tinlin needs to take a dog.
I think,
Yes,
you
he
know
needs
what?
a companion when
I am
Sue's
offering all three commissioners 2 for 1.
Look for a new dog warden too.
What a good guy. What a good guy.
New dog warden, new county administrator.
He's open.
I have 11. I don't know about you.
It's 11. Are there any public comments? Nope. All right. Well, not hearing none, we'll recess till 1 o'clock.
I'll make a motion in accordance with the Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G6. The Board of Commissioners moves into executive session to discuss details relative to the security arrangements and emergency response protocols for a public office. If disclosures of matters discussed could reasonably be expected to jeopardize the security of the public office.
Second.
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes. Get back, 'cause
I will.
she has to excuse herself as
Good.
well. So.
Huh?
And I have this cool buzzer. Listen, I get to call her back.
You have a doorbell.
What do you mean, Jackie? Okay, I'll make a motion to come out of executive session.
Second?
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Any action?
No action.
Yes, do we need to pass something to?
Resolution to.
I don't think so, we don't have a resolution, or we will,
To-
well, I will work with the judge and we'll get that
Oh,
taken care of.
okay.
All right, good. Okay.
So we'll be reconvening then in mid-December to revisit
Yeah,
where
absolutely.
we are
And
on
as he wants to give us, he wants to bring information to us to close what we need and what
Well,
it is that we need it for.
Wouldn't it be better though if we had it all together? I mean, why are we meeting in December if he
Brief.
doesn't have it done? He's just,
Give us an idea where
Because
we're
I would
at.
like to know if there needs to be a locale identified to move forward with this project. And I would be hopeful that once you know more of the spatial requirements that are being recommended, that a locale would be identified and we can move forward with this project
I get
without
that.
delay. Make sense?
My
I mean-
clicking heels don't work very well, but I mean, there's nothing, Judge, at all that any of us would like to do except to make sure and make this a safe environment for you and all the people that are there.
yeah.
So there, but- Okay, and
for your
there
time.
was some, thank you.
Okay.
Have a good day.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Roll call.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Tony?
Okay, Sheila.
No, I wanna stay.
Okay.
Yes.
Your coat, Judge?
She just made a very big mistake.
I packed up